today I'm going to be doing the economics paper. Um, this is November 2021. It's also the first paper. Um, and just to quickly say, I'm not as good at economics as I am maths. I know the stuff, I know the facts you have to learn, but the economics questions are normally really tricky. I actually remember when we first started this subject, our teacher was just like it was like she was trying to prepare us for war. She was like, any grade in economics is a grade higher in any other subject. she she kept going on about how bad the mark scheme is and how horrendous the questions are. So yeah, I got like a 6 on economics, which was 2 grades below maths. But yeah, fortunate. So I'm definitely going to check with the mark scheme a lot more than with maths because I'm probably going to have got a lot of this wrong. But fortunately, we start off with the multiple choice questions, which is where I get most of my marks. Because it's basically just like, do you know what the words you're using mean? And no, that's what they're like checking from the questions. So it's like, yeah, because I know that I can answer them. So the demand for apples is the amount of them that consumers are willing and able to buy at a given, or it's a given price, I think, because cost is just what it's costing the consumer. It's not an actual thing that the producer has to do with. So it has to be price because it's set by that. Income doesn't also doesn't really make any sense because they already have a given income because like the consumers the income isn't what's changing here because the average consumer has the average income, and that's just based on your target market. And at a given supply, I mean, maybe if you're Mr. Beast and you can't get enough apples, maybe, but nah. Okay, so this is C, price. In a market system, decisions about what to produce are determined by the interdependence of A. Consumers and government, B. Consumers and producers, C. Government and workers, D. Producers and workers. Well, it's B because a market system is like a market economy. That is when it's just run by like demand and supply. Demand is consumers demanding stuff. Supply is producers producing stuff. So obviously it's B. Because in a market economy, the government just doesn't get involved with the economy, and workers don't decide what to produce. They work to produce it. Net pay must be less than gross pay because of, well, you've got to, net pay is just the pay with gross pay, but with, like, added to the, like, costs, is it? Yeah, the total costs. I feel like it's got a name. I'm not sure what it's called. Like expenditures, I don't know. But so we're looking for stuff that you have to pay. Indirect tax. Do you have to pay indirect taxes? No, that's not part of your payment, is it? Wait, this is a weird question. Wait, what? Interest payments? What is an interest payment? Because normally you just say like the taxes you've got to pay. But indirect taxes, I'm pretty sure those are the taxes that they put on stuff you buy, like VAT. So that's not part of your pay. But it is something you have to spend money on. But You don't have to buy anything technically. Oh no, it just says maybe less than. Well, yeah, no, it's pension contributions. I thought it said must, not may. Okay, no, that makes sense. Yeah, because pension contributions are gonna decrease your net pay because you're paying into the you're contributing to your pension instead. So you're losing money because money's going out of your account into the pension fund. A table shows a firm's total costs. Which of the following statements is correct? Oh, it's going to be a mathsy one, I think. The firm gains... Oh, it's a really basic mathsy one. The firm gains economies of scale as output increases. Do they get economies of scale? Okay, so economies of scale is when like businesses get larger. Economies of scale means that their total costs decrease, right? So here they increase by 60, and then they increase by 80, and then they increase by 160. That's not going down at all. Oh, it might be here though. Yeah, I think it might when it goes, because this isn't 200, this is 160. Oh, wait, no, but it's the average cost per unit. Yeah, no. So it's lower in both 20 and 30. Because these are total costs. So it's gone down from 100 divided by 10 is £10 per unit, and then 160 divided by 20 is £8 per unit. So it's gone down there. Then 240 divided by 30. Oh wait, that's 8 as well. Oh, so it must be A because it gained economies of scale here, and then this isn't economies of scale. This is just the same. So yeah, it must be A. Nearly went with D there until I actually did the maths. Oh, this is okay. If supply is price inelastic, the value of price elasticity of supply will be. Oh, so this is just how they format it. I want to say when something's like, I don't know what they call it, like if it's like infinitely price elastic in supply. I'm not sure what it's called, but I think that when it's like maximally like that on PED, like when it's fully elastic, it's okay. So we can rule out B, and we can rule out C because C's for one of the special theoretical ones that I can't remember the name of. So it's either A or D. It's greater than 1 or it's less than 1. And to be honest, this one's a bit of a guess. I know supply is positive, so it's because PED is always measured with a negative thing, but supply is PS is always positive. When it's really elastic, I always think of the highest one being infinity. So normally with PED I go like, oh, the higher the number is, the closer it is to that, so it's more elastic. But if it's inelastic for supply, I'm gonna just guess that it's done in the same way. That could be wrong. Like, it could get higher for some weird reason because they're kind of opposites. Okay, we've got a diagram now. Markets shows the supply and demand curves for a good. There's a decrease in supply. How will this affect the equilibrium price and quantity? Okay, so decrease in supply means this would shift left. So that means that this point would be further to the left, right? It would be like here or something. So that means the equilibrium would be here. So price would stay the same, but oh wait, no, it wouldn't. No, because the demand curve isn't moving at all. So the new equilibrium would obviously be here, because it's in the middle, right? So the price goes up, quantity supplied goes down, or just quantity in general decreases. Price increase, quantity decrease. B. Money is different from other assets as C. Generally acceptable as medium of exchange. That's just something you gotta know. People trade with money. People don't normally trade with like wheat and stuff unless you live in Russia, so you know. 8. Which of the following is a feature of a monopoly? An inability to supply the market. No, that just doesn't make any sense. There's only one business, it can't supply the whole market. That just means that they make more businesses, so it's not a monopoly anymore. What does this even mean? They don't have rivals. High barriers to entry or low prices. Yes, it's C. It's high barriers to entry, because a monopoly is when there's one business basically ruling the whole market. I don't think it's going to drop its prices, and it normally doesn't really have any rivals. It's normally pretty unrivaled to be a monopoly. Otherwise, if there are two, it's a duopoly, and if there are more than that, it's an oligopoly. So that there aren't really any rivals. It might be unable to supply the market, but that will just mean that there are rivals and it becomes an oligopoly. So, you know, unless it's some kind of copyright or something like Disney. But Disney basically has infinite supply. Alpha Company, a creative name, borrows £1,000 at 5% interest for a year. How much will Alpha Company have to pay back at the end of the year? Well, it's £50, right? Yeah, because it's 5% of 1,000. So that is B. Can I actually use that as a text box? Oh no, there's no text box automatically there. That's just what I was wondering. It's probably faster to use the pen then. A feature of efficient market is any costs of environmental damage are met equally by all consumers. I don't think that means anything. Firms are unable to make any profit. Oh no, the market's going so fast that there's no prices anymore. What? The prices of products are set at a level that all consumers can afford, or the prices of products reflect the worth of resources used in their production. An efficient market. Well, yeah, I think it would be C, to be honest, because in a market, it's all about like the stuff that the consumers are like willing and able to get, and if they have the money, so they're able to get, then that will just make the market faster because they'll buy more, because infinite wants and all that in the economic problem. Which of the following is an example of a factor market? Alright, a toy company hires a factor market is a market that looks for a factor of production. So like, let me think of an example, because I'm doing this like for even if you're not doing economics. I'm trying to explain all the stuff. I probably haven't done that very well at all times, but you know. So a factor market is a market where they're looking for factors of production those are workers, uh, like just sorry, no, it's called labor in the thing. People that work for them. And there's capital, which is like machines and stuff, so like computers, lamps, I guess. Roads count, I think, because they're like transport capital. I'm not sure. That might, no, no, yeah, no. That does count. Land is like anything that is the land, or wait, what's it? Yeah. So factor market. So the different factors that they can look for in a factor market are the workers, um, capital, and there's also land, which is like that can just be like physical land, but it also counts as like the resources in it. And there's also, as another factor of production, enterprise, which is like entrepreneurs and stuff getting the rest together. But I don't think you. But it's since it's the entrepreneurs who are actually buying stuff off the factor market, you don't really. I don't think that's going to come up. So a toy company hires more work. Okay, it's just straight up the first one. Yeah, no, it's the first one. A toy company is hiring more workers. Workers are a factor of production. A toy isn't going to produce anything. That's not capital, that's just a product. Beth sells her second-hand car to Jack. I mean, if that's not really. There's no business involved there, so it's not like the business owns any capital. Yeah, C is a weird one. It might be C, I guess, but I. One sec. I think it's A. I'm pretty sure it's A. If interest rates rise, consumers pay less for credit. Oh, interest rates are weird. Hang on. What the frick do interest rates do again? I might Google this. I can't remember. Yeah, I might just cheat slightly and Google what the frick do interest rates do. Oh, of course, yeah. As soon as I see that definition, I always remember. Right, because I think that interest rates also affect like inflation really weirdly, and that's the bit that always confuses me. But now I remember what that they mainly do now. They're the cost for borrowing and the reward for saving. And the cost of borrowing means like taking out loans and stuff. It doesn't actually mean like putting money into the savings account as I used to think it did. There's no cost on that. You can just put stuff in there, I think. Although you have to like get the account set up, and I don't know, it might cost money. I don't know. But if interest rates rise, people will save. Why would people save less? The reward has just gone up. People will save more. Consumers pay less for credit? What? Okay, I straight up don't know what the first one means. Based on that, I'm gonna say D actually. I nearly went B, but I'm gonna go D. Wait, if you're investing, you're not borrowing money, you're like. Is that a type of saving or borrowing? I'm just gonna go D, because government debt is like a loan, so it can gain interest, and if the cost of borrowing money goes up, then the debt goes up. Hmm. Opportunity cost can be defined as. Okay, I don't know why that D is annoying me, but it is. Opportunity cost can be defined as it's D, the sacrifice of the most desired alternative. To be honest, I don't know why people get so confused with opportunity cost. There's just a definition, and once you learn it, it just makes sense. Well, not a definition, but it's obvious what it means to me. It is it not? Like, opportunity cost. It's the cost of not being able to do something else you had an opportunity for, right? So, for example, if you go to a college, I guess the opportunity or cost of that might be another college, or it might be a sixth form, or I don't know. So the opportunity cost is always the next best opportunity, though, is what you've got to remember. So there's one opportunity cost. Like, if your favourite food is burgers, but you kind of like hot dogs, and you don't care about sandwiches, and those three are on the menu, you get burgers, then hot dogs are the only opportunity cost, because sandwiches wasn't an opportunity to begin with, and hot dogs was just the best other thing you could pick. It's the opportunity that you're missing. The demand for a firm's product is price inelastic. Price inelastic in demand, or no? Yeah, it says demand. Is the demand for a firm's product in demand or supply? What am I talking about? No, it's in demand, obviously. So inelastic in demand. That means people will demand one company that they got it from more than if there were other companies. Like, it basically means consumers are more loyal, I think. Which of the following statements must be true? A decrease in price will lead to excess supply. Will it? So if I think about the whole thingy-malingy, and then price goes down. No, it will. I think they'll. Yeah, I think there would be too little supply. No, there would be a shortage in supply. Yeah. A decrease in price will reduce the quantity sold. Well, that's a weird one, actually, because the supply would go down, so it would reduce the quantity sold, but not necessarily, because they might not have been selling it all at that price before. Basically, people would want, if the price went down, more people would want it, but there wouldn't be enough supply to give it to everyone. So yeah. So would it reduce the quantity sold? I don't think we know, really. I think the idea with PED is... What is it? Wait, let me think. Yeah, it's like changes in price don't affect supply. No, changes in price don't affect the quantity as much, So quantity is a weird one. It's on the bottom part of the graphs, and it could mean demand or supply, so it's kind of confusing. But basically, if the you know how the graphs always look like that? That because you're really supposed to use the middle of the graph, which is called the equilibrium. Quantity it's both the quantity supplied and the quantity demanded, because you want to match the amount of demand you've got with the amount of supply you have, because then no one who doesn't want something doesn't get it, so everyone gets it, but then there's none left over as well, so you didn't waste your money. That's what you want to do. So an increase in price will decrease profits. Because these are all just saying an increase in price, but they're not actually moving any of the others, so it gets kind of confusing, because it's not like doing it in shifts of the different curves to make a new equilibrium. It's just straight up ignoring the equilibrium. So I mean, I'm guessing it would probably decrease your profits if you just don't do the thing you're meant to do. Let's go back to this. No, let's make a new diagram actually. Right. So, right. This is quantity, as we all know, and this is price. There's a zero here. I don't know if I've never been sure if we have to draw this zero or not, to be honest. And then this is our demand. Oh. So supply is like this, and then demand is like, okay, no, it's not a straight line, but it's like, when it's something's more price inelastic in demand, the thing's kind of steeper. Okay, so an increase in price would reduce the quantity demanded, but it would increase the quantity supplied. So yeah, that would definitely decrease your profits, because you're selling less and you're making more. There's just blatantly no point. So yeah, no, it must be C. Oh, but then again, it might be D. Oh, it might be D actually. Because when you have PED, you can basically when you have inelastic, you can basically get away with higher prices, and the quantity demanded goes down a little bit, but it's not as different, right? So like if it was like this, then an increase in price would be a big problem, because when you're up here, it's gone down by a lot than when you were there. But here, it's only a pretty short distance here, because this is price inelastic. So, and revenue is the amount you make just without the cost of supply added on. So, yeah, I'm gonna say that's D actually, because we can't be sure it would decrease your profits, but we do know that it will increase your revenue. Yeah, it's meant to be a D. Cope with it. 15. A market is an oligopoly if each of the firms in the market has only a few customers. Each of the firms in the market makes many products. Most of the market is supplied by a small number of firms. There is only one firm. No, that's a monopoly. So no, it's C. A doesn't make any sense. It's not like there are loads of businesses, but there are only a few customers controlling it. That just doesn't make any sense. That's just completely backwards. and each of the firms in the market makes a lot of products. Well, no, that would make it a lot more competitive. If every firm makes loads of products, then there's more variety and people have more choice, and they'll be able to find better stuff. So it's C. Oh. This is the easy part. We'll probably get most of these right, and there'll be like one or two weird ones like this one that we probably get wrong. This table shows the relationship between the price of a good and the quantity demanded. Which of the following statements is correct? It shows that less is demanded when incomes rise. It shows... I'm not going to read all of that. H2O, oh yeah. Hydration, important. I have no idea if you could hear that. That might have just sounded like it came out of nowhere. But, no, so price is going up. Quantity demanded is going down, like I just said it would. It's going pretty linearly for some reason, but... If we do the same thing we did before, where we just divide the quantity demanded by the price, I think that gives us a pretty good overview. So so gradually the number I'm getting is shrinking, so I think PED is changing. And if it's shrinking, it's getting more inelastic. So I think it would be... It doesn't show that. It does show that, actually. Yeah, no, so I've just made up an option. It shows what I've said it does, but it's not actually... That's not an option on there, so it's B. It doesn't show this because we don't know anything about supply. So yeah, it must be B. And income is not on there, that is price. So yeah, because it's inversely related. Price goes up, quantity demanded goes down. B, right? How does the production of a service differ from the production of a good? So I actually paused just now to eat a waffle, and now I know the answers to this, okay? So there are quite a few options here, and at first A, B, and C all appear to be true. D is just obviously not true. You can specialise in doing a service for someone, like the UK does banking, and that's a service. You're not giving someone... You're not like giving someone money. You're giving them the ability to save money, and like financial advice and all that. So this one is ruled out. Then B, if we just move on to B quickly, when people are working. Oh, actually no. B is kind of true, I guess. I mean, if your service was something random like a handshake or something, you don't actually need any capital to do that. So that's true. No capital is technically required. Yeah, but that's like... I mean, normally you're going to be doing something with a product, right? Like, even if you were like a street performer, you'd need something to use normally. Like, normally they do, like, I don't know, nunchucks, or I don't think I've ever seen a street performer use nunchucks, but you know, or if they were, they'd use a microphone sometimes, or even just a hat to collect the coins in. Like, I mean, I'm guessing if no capital is required, then that would just be a naked man making money from like giving you hugs or something, and having nowhere to put it, and just like holding the money in his hands. so, I mean, B is technically possible, but at the same time, not really. Like not realistically, no. Like clothes are capital. I'm pretty sure, because well, because they're something you can buy that will help you. Um, so no labor is required. That's also technically true, but that's not different from a good at all, because you could buy a good online, and there would be no labor required. Like if you like bought an AI generated photo for some reason, that's even though it's online, so you're using the service of the computer to access it. It's technically good. Like V-Bucks are a good. They're not a service because you are being given something, even if it's kind of intangible. I mean, it's not really intangible because there are like pixels on a screen, so it is there. Then again, in a service, words are there, so I don't. To be honest, I don't know. It's weird when you get like technical and stuff like that, but but basically the idea is this is just not realistic, and this is not different from a good, because I think you could probably make a good without any labor, just entirely using robots anyway. Um, sorry, I just saw someone is training to be Bruce Lee next door, which is kind of funny. There's like a boxing thing set up, but yeah. I mean, maybe I should do that at some point with my nunchucks. It is intangible. It's a service is intangible. It's not, because service is an action someone does that provides value to you. That's just the definition of it in OCR. 18. Which of the following is an example of an external economy of scale? Oh, these are the weird names. Oh no. I hate these names. I haven't really learned any of these. Let me think. So the external ones, I think, are the ones that are more out of control of the business, out of the handling of the business, and more in like external things like location. So I think location would be one. Yeah, I think it's location. I think the rest of them are either. I think the rest of them are internal. So I'm going with C. And no one knows what risk bearing means anyway. That was weird. My wardrobe door just went for no reason. I think it must have been the wind. I don't know. This diagram shows three supply curves. It's B. Look at this. Unitary elasticity means that it's not like inelastic, but it's also not elastic. So you're just looking for the one that goes in a straight line, basically. Oh wait, no. Oh wait, it might actually be this. I feel like it's meant to be S2, but it might be S3. Is that PEG? Is that unitary? Because I mean, it's not like really low or really high. I guess it's really subjective. But I think if it's earlier on, then sorry, if it's like, if it starts here, then that's not. I don't think this is unitary because it starts here instead of at 0. So I think it's S2. Wait, no, but that's not PED, is it? Oh, this is a weird question. I have no idea. I'm going to go with C. There we go. It's probably going to find out it's B now, because I don't know. I'm, I'm putting C. I don't care. I don't see why it would be B. A company will need to use the services of different financial institutions. Which of the following financial institutions is the company most unlikely to use? B. Central bank. Insurance company, you need insurance. Commercial bank, that's the bank you'd normally use to put your savings in. Building society is just another type of bank. And the central bank, that's the main bank. That's like the Bank of England. I think the only thing they've ever really, I think they're more technical in like managing money, and they only actually really did anything like lending money in when we had like really bad money, like when the economy was bad. Basically, I think the economy was bad in like 2008, and there was like an economic crash, and a load of banks were like, oh my god, we have no money, and a load of shops also like, oh my god, we're completely broke, and like half of them closed, and then the central bank was like, oh no, England's falling apart. Oh no, the UK's dying, what do we do? So they just like gave everyone money basically. No, it didn't happen, please have our money. You can defend yourself from the economy, you can do this. And they just gave them a load of money to try and help them survive, but that doesn't happen often, so I think it's the most unlikely. Section B. Answer all the questions in this section. Okay, we're getting on to the hard ones now, because the multiple choice is over. So, Coombe Delivery Service, CDS, is a delivery business operating in northwest England and southwest Scotland. It has recently bought more land for its growing number of delivery vehicles. Although most of these are powered by petrol, the aim is to have half of the vehicles to be electric powered by 2024. This is because Nathan, the owner of CDS, is aware of the need to reduce the use of scarce resources to help achieve economic sustainability. Oh, it's a sustainability one. Yay, peace, love and plants. So he's trying to reduce petrol, because it's counted as a scarce resource, because it's not like sustainable. It's bad petrol. Oh no. It's actually weird, the word that he's chosen to use here, though. I've just noticed, because he said economic sustainability. What? So, in economics, you learn these three types of sustainability: social, economic, and environmental. So he's not reducing his petrol for the environment. No, he's a businessman. He's reducing the use of petrol so that, because he reckons they'll run out of petrol. Which, to be honest, I don't think changes the question, but it's a weird detail, because, like, normally people are like, oh, we're reducing petrol because we love the environment, not, oh, we're reducing petrol because we love the economy. Because petrol, like, emits greenhouse gases and all that, so, Nathan has investigated the prices of CDS's competitors. He thinks that if CDS could reduce its prices for next day delivery by either 10% or 20%, it would make considerable gains in the quantity of parcels delivered as well as total revenue. He set this out in the table below. Quantity of parcels delivered is quantity supplied, not demanded. Wait, no, is it demanded? I mean, I guess you wouldn't be delivering a parcel if no one had asked for you to. How does a delivery business work anyway? Because you can't really have more demand, can you? Yeah, people can't demand like people often demand stuff to be delivered to their house, but they don't demand like individual delivery companies. Like they don't really care who does it. They just want their parcels. So I don't really know how that works in that way. So it says explain using an example what is meant by land. Okay, it says using an example. So so in economics normally they mean that they want you to make it relevant to this. So first we define land. I have no idea what the definition of land is. The frick is the definition of land? Land is just land. How do you define land? Okay, it's the first question. I have no idea. Land is like. Do we say like the natural? Oh, who's? Shut up. Who did that? Wait, I should probably check that. I'm being spammed by CapCut, so I can't actually. I have no idea who said that. No idea who's sending that. I guess we'll find out later. But no. Oh, it's like natural resources. I think. Oh no. Oh, we do not want to rotate. I just want. Please just let me write in a box of text. I just wanted to make it a little longer, so I could click in it. But it is already clicked in anyway. It's upside down. It's upside down. Okay. King doo. So land is. Oh, land. Oh, a good way to define factors of production is saying the factor of production encompassing natural resources and physical land ownership. I don't really know. Space, physical space. We'll go with that. And I guys, I can tell that the text box is a bit wonky. I can't really do a whole lot about that. Let's see. Oh, so that dotted line is like pretty straight line, I think. No, I think it's like what it was before. I think that's it. There we go. There we go. That's looking a bit more straight. Not fully straight, but a bit more straight. And bill of land would be natural resource used to produce the petrol petrol for the CDS. Yeah, okay. I think that's how you do that. I've never been entirely sure on explain questions. Oh, there's another one. The government may encourage. I type faster without saying what I'm typing. You know what? It's actually probably more governmental to go with economic sustainability. But I could go environmental. Or I could go social, actually. But I don't really... What is social sustainability? Wait, I might check that. Why does it keep doing that? My wardrobe is creaking in the background. Oh yeah, no, this is exactly the thing. Right, yeah, so basically social sustainability is the government being scared of people, so it upholds their values for the preservation of social sustainability. This is because sorry, I've got a smoothie that mum brought up here. I keep having some sometimes, but it's really powdery. It tastes weird. I'm gonna. Yeah, that tastes really weird. I might just not have any more of that. I've been having a little bit throughout this video, and I keep going a little quiet whenever I have because I'm trying to recover. Maybe there was like too much protein powder. I don't know. Not great. I mean, this still counts though, and normally it's great. This is because I nearly put a question mark because I was saying it with a question mark in my head because I wasn't really sure. I guess we'll just find out. Oh, it's a 6 marker. I want to do anything else right now. It's It's really tempting to just take a break from this and do something else. I might actually do that, to be honest. I have been doing this for 54 minutes apparently, which is kind of crazy, but I feel like I probably do need a break. It's actually kind of weird because when you're doing this, it always feels like you've done barely anything. And then I check the amount of time I've been recording for, and I'm like, how has it been 55 minutes? It genuinely feels like it's been like 20 minutes or something. I'm back. I think I've recovered just about from this assessment, and now I've got to do the analyze question. Okay. I'm prepared. I'm ready. Analyze the benefits of economic sustainability. That's not great stuff. I mean, it sounds like it should be obvious though. This isn't nearly the worst thing you could get. It's just kind of an annoying question, partly because no one knows the definition for economic sustainability. There is one we're meant to learn, and that there are like really specific definitions for some reason that you gotta learn. Normally, if I don't know one, I'll just kind of make up one. Economic sustainability. Now, I know all the sustainability ones end in now and into the future. Economic sustainability is the we have to start off with the definition. I have no idea what it is. Wait. Sustainability. That one didn't end in now into the future, so it wasn't OCR. OCR, GCSE. Okay. Refers to, I think they do often say that, ensuring an economy can maintain and improve its wealth and well-being. There we go. Now I have to... I really want to skip over this. So I'm just quite tired. It's weird that I'm tired because I haven't actually done a lot of work. I don't know. I'm back. So, economic sustainability refers to the protection of an economy's wealth and well-being over time now into the future. That sounds about right. Now, CDS, delivery service, powered by petrol. Oh, this is... Every time I'm about to do this, I just give up immediately. I'm going to do some biology, you know what, because I'm going to get some revision done at least, even if it's not this, at this rate. So, I've got a bit of an idea, because it's now the next day, so all my progress on the PDF is gone. So the reason I've got CapCut now is what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look at I've got the mark scheme open on my other screen because I've got two screens at the moment, And before I just had it so that one was on OBS so that I could see that everything was working all the time. But I've actually now got the mark scheme open on the other screen, and this because for some reason after a day all my progress on the PDF is lost. I now only have the video to go off. So let's just see what we got right. We got C right. Okay, that's I actually said that first before looking at that mark scheme, but that's good. So yeah, it's a given price. I'm pressing the fast forward button, by the way. Is there no fast forward button? I don't actually know. But let's see. Yeah, no, I think it's fast forwarded. Yeah, because I explained them all, so it took quite a while for each of them. Okay, that one says B. B is correct. 3D, I think I put D for this one. That's 4. Yeah, 3 I put D, that's great. 4. A. A is correct. 5. So far we've got everything correct. Oh. Oh, this one was the one that was kind of a guess. 5 is D apparently, less than 1. Let's see, do I put D? Did I guess right? Yep, I'm a god at guessing. I'm amazing. I got D. Okay, so everything is right so far somehow. And now we're on this question about the demand and supply curves. Let's see, do we get this one right? Oh, fast forwarding. To be honest, I could probably just go through this without being on camera and then just show you the ones that I didn't get right. This one I was explaining for a long time. Because some of you probably, because if you don't do economics, to be honest, I don't know why you're watching this if you don't do economics. Maybe you just thought it would be interesting to see what the paper looks like. But for some reason, I was explaining every question as if you'd never done economics. So you know, I got B. The price will increase and quantity will decrease. Is that true on here? Yes, it's B on here. Come on, I might get full marks. 7C, 7C. Yes. Okay. Come on, keep cooking. Although to be fair, I did give myself infinite time here. 8C. Oh, okay. Is that 9B? 9 was D. Wait, what? Okay, so the reason that this is not B, and it's in fact D, is because it doesn't say how much Alpha Company will have to pay back in interest at the end of the year. It just says how much they'll have to pay back at the end of the year. So they have to pay their loan with the 5% interest. So it would be 1,000 plus 50, not just 50. Yep. Because sometimes it would say that how much they have to pay back in interest. I just got confused with that kind of question, but no. That's just in total. Okay. So now we skip forward. Is it even moving? Oh, we didn't do 10, did we? Wait. Why am I going so slow? This is the fast forward. Is there a way I can like double fast forwards? I mean, there's no way this is actually double fast forward. No, I think I just kind of made up double fast forward. Hang on, what I could do is I could go on here and set the speed to like, yeah, like that. And now we try. And we go back. Okay, it's not fast yet because we still have to get back to 10. Okay, I'm just gonna wind it back manually with the mouse. No. Can I mute it as well? 10 is also D. No. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't really sure for 10. 10 looked like a tricky one. I wasn't very certain on 10. And I was right. So apparently a feature of an efficient market is the prices of products reflect the worth of resources used in their production. So this means that an efficient market, rather than a market that just means people are buying more stuff, so there's more activity, more efficiently. An efficient market is producers making stuff and selling it to people with low prices, right? So they're not actually taking much money for themselves. They're just providing goods and services, because we're at about this point for quite a few things where the prices don't where the prices reflect the worth, or the prices are even like lower than the worth of the resources used to make them. Like when you get like child labor and all that. Moving on. I can't mute it, unfortunately. Should I still be able to understand what I'm saying? Because I kind of can. This is how I used to skim through tautology videos to figure out what I needed to edit. Did I just say lamps and ropes? Lamps, rope oil, bombs. You want it? I have got it. But only if you have enough rubies. I haven't played a Legend of Zelda game before. No, that's not true. I've played Breath of the Wild. I'm just kind of trying to talk over this guy. I don't know if you can hear me. Yep, that's right. If I put A. I think I put A. How is it still taking this long? It's on 3 times speed. Am I gonna have to up it to like 5 times speed or something? Alright. Oh my god. I'm literally a chipmunk. How is it still going? How much did I need to waffle to answer this one question? This is 5 times speed. What? Yep, okay, I got that one right, that's great. 12 is D. "13 is also D. What am I waffling about? Hurry up. Oh my god. Why can I actually still slightly understand what I'm saying? Because I just noticed that I read the question out. Alright, 14 is D. Let's see if I get it. This is so stupid. How have I still not written it down? You're on 5 times speed. How have I still not written it down? Hurry up. Hurry up. This must have been a really difficult question. What quantum physics am I trying to explain here? I think I might have. I think I either put C or D. I'm not sure. Oh, I'm getting out the diagram and everything. Okay. I think I might have changed it to D though. Did I change it? Oh, there's still hope. There's still hope. Am I drawing another diagram? Yes, yes, I did change it to D. Okay, that's great. That's great. Yes, D is correct. Okay. 15. 15, it should be C. There we go. There we go. I just noticed I should be keeping track of the ones that I got right and the ones I got wrong so I get a score. Because I haven't been doing that. I've just been, like, going through it to show you guys what the right answers are. I mean, I don't really need a score, to be honest. I don't think. I just need to learn from what I got wrong. But, like, a while ago on the maths one, Sam also did the maths paper. So, and it would have been really helpful if I had a mark, because he counted up how many marks he had. I'm going to have to go back through that now. So, what have I got wrong? I think I just got, like, 9 and 10 wrong, or... I think I only got 2 things wrong. Yeah. Maybe 3. Hurry up. Hurry up. It's just occurred to me that 50 minutes on 5 times speed is still going to be 10 minutes. Okay, yeah, 16B. Yeah, okay, that's right. 17 should be A. Just put an answer. Put an answer. That was meant to speed it up. What the frick was that noise? Hurry up. What philosophical debate am I having right now? Hurry up. How long is this? Does that say 15 hours? Oh no, 15 minutes, of course, because it's on 5 times speed. So the duration will be less. Okay, A, finally. Yes, A. Great job. It's location, I think. Yeah. Wait, on the mark team, yeah, C. Yeah, put C. Oh yeah, I wasn't really sure for this one. 19 should be B apparently. Oh yeah, no, I think I got this one right. I didn't really get why S3 would have been wrong, but I think I did go with B. No, what? No, I'm an idiot. No, it's B. It's not unitary if it starts like halfway through. I don't know why, but yeah. Yeah, 20 was B. Yeah, I was right. Okay. That's great. That's great pass to me. Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't care anymore. Thank you. Okay, so that is everything up to date. I think I got like 3 things wrong, maybe 4 things, so I got 16 marks. We'll go with that, 16 marks. If you want to check through, then I guess you can, but I'm pretty sure that I got like 16 marks for that. So the thing was on this side. Oh, okay. Right, yeah. Okay, so let's continue. Where is it? Oh, this is the mark scheme. No, we don't want this. We don't want this. Wait, we'll quickly see if we got the other 2 right as well. But I've closed the thing now. I mean, what is meant by land? The factor of production that is concerned with the natural resources of an economy. I think that was right. And then... Oh, I just give any example? Oh, I thought I needed like context marks or something weird, and I had to reference the thing. But no. And when it just says an example, you can actually just use any example. I always thought I had to link it somehow, but no, you could just say so like farmland, coal, trees. You know. Wait, did I say something stupid here? It says explain one way the government may encourage a reduction in the use of scarce resources. Ah, I thought it said reason. Did it say way? Okay. I've done something stupid then. I should have given a reason instead of given a way that it would could do that instead of a reason. So yeah, no, my answer was dumb. We're just gonna skip that because that was a reading error. So that's not really my fault. No, I mean it is my fault, but it's not really. Like, if I had read it properly, I could probably have got it, so, you know, it doesn't really count as something we need to go back for. Why does it always sandwich it in the middle of the line? Oh, it doesn't. You know what, I could just delete all of these. Do I have a select tool? Yeah, no, I'm just gonna... Why am I stuck to the page now? Yeah, I'm literally stuck to the page. Why? Okay. Right. Delete. 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 Okay. What the frick is this? Stupid PDF app. I'm just gonna have to ignore it. Okay, but let's just get on with this. Let's get on with this. We're starting to analyze now. Finally, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. We're gonna actually do the analysis question. I've trained for a long time for this, but I'm ready now. I'm gonna show Mr. OCR what I'm made of. What the frick is economic sustainability? Okay, wait. It's annoying. I wrote something for this earlier, and I have no idea what it was now. Like something like the preservation of the economy? I don't know what I wrote. Let's do this. Let's say economic. Oh, I've got a fancy font now. Sustainability, just like Sam for real. Is the it refers to the protection of economic interests now into the future. No, that doesn't. That sounds way too vague. Oh my. Wait, my floaty thing. No, I've got a floating globe and it looks sick and it just stopped doing that. Wait, there we go. Yeah, it's floating again. Yay, I'm happy now. So, first to the continuation of. I want to say something about money. What did I say for this before? I must have like Googled it, right? What did I? Weath. Okay. Economic sustainability refers to the protection of an economy's wealth and well-being over time, now and into the future. So I basically said the same thing. The I basically said all the things I was trying not to say. So yeah, no, I was wrong. Protection of an economy's wealth and well-being now and my floating globe is distracting me. I'm going to turn it off for now, actually. There we go. It looks sick when it's on. No, it is a very cool thing. Just not right now. Why did I capitalize that? Now and into the future. Because CDS. Okay, we've got to find something about CDS that means it would need the economy's wealth and well-being to sustain. It's bought more land. I mean, I guess you just want economic sustainability. I don't see what the benefit is. Like, there's nothing specific. We need to find something specific for CDS to get us context marks on why economic sustainability is important for them. But there's nothing here. There's nothing here. What the frick? I mean, maybe if they were still powered by petrol, that would be bad because then they wouldn't work. Could I go down that route? Because many of CDS's were they tractors? What were they? Delivery vehicles. Delivery vehicles are powered by petrol, which is a finite. Oh wait, no, we're meant to say scarce because it's economics, which is a scarce resource. If when the economy runs out of petrol, CDS will struggle the market as it as it would not able to deliver parcels. When if the economy oh wait, no, I think one thing we could say is the economy when the economy runs out of petrol. Yeah, that's okay phrasing. It just feels like there's a lot of commas, but no, that's completely fine. CES will struggle in the market as it would not be able to deliver parcels. No, be able to use vehicles to deliver parcels. At this, when there is no petrol left, petrol powered vehicles will become worthless, and CDS will make a huge loss. It is unable to sell these vehicles. Oh, economics word. On the factor market. Da, 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 da. Okay, I'm not putting that in capitals. On the factor market. Oh, crazy. These are all negatives of being unsustainable, though. They're being economically, is that even a word? Sustainable is, it's great, is very beneficial to CDS, as they would avoid into an issue like this. They would avoid, so they would be financially protected in the long term. Allow it to. Is it making a profit? It doesn't really say. Continue in the market for a longer time. Where is it? I just wrote a paragraph. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Don't worry. It's still here. Why are there 4 X's there? Why can I not delete this stupid thing? What the frick is going on? Okay, I can't seem to get rid of thing. Maybe I should up the font size a little bit, you know. Okay, I'm probably not, I don't write quite that big yet. There we go. Yeah, okay. Oh, I've pressed enter a load of times though, so should probably fix that. Okay, to be honest, I'm not very confident in this answer. This is a weird question. I don't really know how to revise to these, to be entirely honest, because I don't know if there's a lot I can do to prepare for spouting nonsense about sustainability. Because I mean, we don't do much on this. Like, I don't know. I mean, the benefits are obvious. If you're sustainable, then you can continue. If you're not sustainable, then you cannot continue, because you're not able to sustain yourself. It's just what the word means. Calculate the change in total revenue. Where does it mention that? Total revenue. It doesn't say anything about total revenue. Oh, it says total revenue there. But as we meant to calculate it off this. Okay. So the price for each parcel of 300 parcels is 25. So what we've got to do here is 25 times 300. 25 times 300, that is 7,500, and 20 times 450, which is 9,000. And we do 9,000 minus 7,500, which is 1,500. And unlike me, you actually write down that method because they'll want that, but because I'm the goat, I'm just gonna write down the answer. Mic drop, just like that. Draw and label. Oh, I haven't seen this kind of question before. Draw and label a diagram showing a price elastic demand curve. Alright, so price elastic is like this. It's the shallow one. Do I need to include a supply curve as well? I'm guessing not, because it just says demand curve. Price elasticity of demand. Oh my god. Okay, it's price elasticity of demand. Let's try and remember what this means. So, when something's price elastic, why am I saying it like that? Price elastic. Price elastic in demand. That means that the demand is very responsive to price. What that means is that when there's a higher price, demand drops by a proportionately large margin. But when there's a lower price, demand rises by a significant margin. Right? That's why it looks like this. Because when the price is here, quantity is like here. When the price is here, quantity is like here, and quantity means quantity demanded, by the way. So the quantity is changing massively from like here to here, so that we can't really fit it on this graph if we did that. Like I'll quickly show you. If we had you probably already get it anyway, but if we had like this price, then it's this much is demanded, right? But if we had this that price, then that much is demanded, right? This is significant because the thing could look like this, and that would mean that at this price there's this much demanded, and that at this At this price, there's this much demanded, and that's a small difference here from here to here compared to from here to here. This probably looks like a mess of lines, but that's the great thing about doing this without dotted lines and clear annotations. It just looks really complicated, and you can show off. CDS. I keep scrolling back up here to see, is there something we're meant to know about this company, CDS? Because normally there is some kind of something we're meant to know. Coombe Delivery Service, CDS, is a delivery business operating in northwest England and southwest Scotland. It has recently bought more land for its growing number of delivery vehicles. Although most of these are powered by petrol, the aim is to have half of the vehicles to be electric powered by 2024. This is because Nathan, the owner of CDS, is aware of the need to reduce the use of scarce resources to help achieve economic sustainability. So it's got more land, and yeah. And then he's looking at the prices, and he reckons he's gonna reduce the price. Oh, so that this second bit about the price is the main thing that's important about the question, because the price, this is directly about price and demand. So as we can see, when the price drops, the quantity rises, but the price is dropping here by about 20%. Let's see, how much does the quantity rise? Quantity rises by about that's like 50%, right? So if the price is only dropping by 20% to cause a 50% increase in quantity, then that would imply that this business is in fact price elastic, which is probably true considering they're in the delivery market, and as I said, no one really cares what delivery brand they get. They probably just wanted to get it cheap and get it delivered. The time delivered on most of the time doesn't matter too much. Well, it doesn't matter to me anyway. Maybe I'm just strange, but yeah, no, this is just a demand curve for Nathan for CDS. So what do we do first? I don't know if I really wait. I remember Max said something to me about this. Max has been trying to help me, is an A-level student trying to help me improve at GCSE Economics. And what I was doing before was, I think I was starting evaluates with a chain of reasoning, which is like all this because leads to therefore going on here. And then doing the actual evaluation, but apparently I'm meant to start it with a definition as well. You're meant to start both with the definition according to Max. So I'm gonna remember. I've learned. I'm remembering. What do I mean? I'm remembering. I mean, I guess I'm remembering about it. No, that doesn't make sense. I'm just remembering it. Full stop. No, ignore that. So I remember what Sensei Max taught me. So price elasticity of demand is I don't know if I meant to capitalize that, but I don't think it matters. Measurement of how wait no. Price elasticity elasticity in demand. I feel like I have to get the words proportion and reactive. Do I need proportion? Price elasticity of demand is a measurement. Measurement. I feel like I spelled that wrong. Of the responsiveness. That's what I need. Responsiveness of demand. Proportionate. Oh, we're busting out the big words here. Proportionate to a change in price. Nailed it. This is actually great, I think. I think that we've actually got the definition. We've got the definition. Come on, I remembered it. Hey. So, now, what about price elasticity and demand? Yeah, it's important to CDS because CDS okay, so we start off with a normal thing to if CDS decreases the price of, was it like next day delivery? Yeah, it's next day delivery. By percents due to being, I have no idea if this is actually typing or not, price elastic in demand, the quantity of parcels per week will increase. I mean, apparently this is just the table that he thinks is going to happen. I don't know. I don't know if how true that is. To be honest, I'm just assuming he's spitting facts, I guess. I'm just assuming he knows what he's talking about. Okay, I don't know if I'm meant to do that. CDS, it decreases the price of next day delivery by 20% due to the quantity of parcels per week will increase by 50%, which is proportionately higher, will cause an increase in profits. Now we've got to do some evaluation, right? In evaluate questions, you've got to constantly doubt yourself, right? Like you're absolutely paranoid about their business plan, and you've got to be like, however, so we're evaluating the importance. So we're trying to see it. So we're trying to undermine how important the price elasticity of demand could be. So oh wait, no, increase in revenue is the right word because of what I'm about to say. However, changing prices, this is the most stupid argument. This is the most stupid argument, but we're allowed to do it because it is a valid reason. Changing prices causes menu costs. Oh no. Which are which a decrease profit that CDS makes. And this may increase the total costs, which increases the costs. Actually, no, we're probably going to put may increase, because it menu costs are like just changing the prices. The reason they're called that is like when restaurants have to change prices, they have to like actually physically edit the menu. But since it's a delivery service, this is probably online anyway, so they probably literally just have to hit backspace a few times and change it. They don't. I doubt they have to actually do that much. And anyway, that's more of a time cost than anything else. So it's not really a valid cost realistically, but it is an evaluation point to say that there is a negative to doing this, which is what we've got to write about in economics, right? Changing prices causes menu costs, which may increase the total costs of, that should be, say, of CDS, and to cause no change in profit, and to cause non and make the change in profit less significant. This is actually why I wanted to type up my things, because type up my test papers, because sometimes I just realize, oh wait, hang on, I should probably change how I phrased that. But to be honest, what's happened now is I've just got extra time, and I've learned to cope with writing it down on paper anyway. And you know what? I just cross out a word and put a thing above it, and it makes all my test papers look horrendously messy, but they still get good grades if they're intelligible enough. So you know, it's fine. However, so now we need. I'm gonna make Nathan despair even more. Additionally, what's something else that's really bad about decreasing price? Additionally, this may start price competition. Price competition is just where, well, I mean, it's kind of in the name, where they're competing on price. They're trying to get the price lower and lower, basically. This may start price competition between CDS and its rivals. And price competition is normally bad for companies, even though this one's pretty elastic. So to be honest, I mean, is price competition bad? Is it bad? Which, oh wait, yeah, no, because if its rivals are also elastic, you've got to remember. So because it's the delivery industry, So if they're also decreasing their prices, then some of the demand is going to go to them too. So CDS is actually not going to gain anything from this if other companies are decreasing their prices as well, because they're just taking CDS's excess demand, which would decrease the gained quantity of demand for CDS. I mean, I'm just faster writing anyway. Just I know it's a random point to go back on, but I just thought I'd mention that. Because I just noticed when I failed to type demand like 3 times. This might start price competition between CDS and its rivals, which would decrease the gained quantity of demand for CDS as consumer as the demand for its rival also increases. So that is actually a valid bad thing that could happen in reality. Unlike menu costs doing anything whatsoever. My chair is really squeaky. I need to fix that. So you know what? This is a pretty good paragraph. I don't really know what else I should add to this. I mean, I should probably keep it going a bit longer than this, you know? But error, come off it. What? The paragraph is gone. No. No, my beautiful paragraph. No, why? No, that was actually a really cool paragraph. That was really good. I actually wrote good, and it won't. The stupid PDF thing won't accept my amazingness at economics, but I can't really continue the paragraph now because it's not there. So it might be a thing like with the other one, where for some reason it's just put it really far down, but I can't see it anywhere. So I mean, I guess if I see it, then I'll bring it back. But for now, we're gonna go on to the next question. I'm back. North Nile Airport reported a 42% increase in passenger traffic in 2019. Its annual report says that this is due to an increase in both the number of different airlines operating from the airport and the total supply of flights available. Together, these affect the market equilibrium price and quantity. The total number of flights available. Yeah, so that there are more. There's more planes going in and out. Okay, so there's more planes that can now go in and out because there's more different airlines, and there are just more flights in general. So that means that people are more crowded at the airport. There's more traffic. One route operated by Air Madeira. I might have been there actually. Isn't Madeira in like Spain or something? One new route operated by Air Madeira has proved especially popular. It flew 16,000 passengers between North Lisle and Madeira during 2019, earning a sales revenue of 1,024,000. However, Air Madeira still found it difficult to make a profit on this route. What? There are so many. There are so many. There's so many costs. How are they still finding it difficult? There's so many people going, but man, they've got so many costs. So we're definitely going to need these numbers. So I might as well figure out how much of a profit they are making now, because I will definitely need that for the evaluate later. So if we just add these up, I actually get a calculator on the test, so I think I have one over here. So it would kind of just be useful, because these look like the nah, actually I don't need a calculator. I've just noticed two of them kind of match up anyway, so this should actually be quite easy, because 650 plus 50 is 700. Then 700 plus 175 is 875. Then 875 plus 200 is 1,075. Then plus the 25 is 1,100,000. Yeah. So they did actually make a loss. Yeah, they made a loss, because it's might be easier if we add some of this. So it is actually, in fact, a loss of about 80 and then 76,000 pounds loss. So that's not great. The struggle to make a profit was due to competition from other airlines and the costs involved in entering the market. Alex Flandy, the owner of Air Madeira, recently stated that it is essential for Air Madeira to make a profit if it is to continue operating. So that's not great. Oh no. Explain what is meant by supply. Poor Air Madeira. Supply. Oh, one sec, my chair's just broken. Oh, okay. Well, the handles just went weird. Explain what is meant by supply. Is there a definition for supply? Hang on, because there are... Do we know the definition for supply? Because normally we're meant to use the definitions that we've been taught in economics, like the specific ones. But I don't know if there has actually been one like that for supply. I can't think of one anyway. I'll just make one up. Is the amount of goods and services produced to match the demand. And for example, how do you example this? Because supply is an amount. Oh wait, no, I've got an idea. Uh, Wait, I've got to think for a second. Because I've got everything now except. Oh yeah. For example, a farmer's supply, the amount of wheat farmer's supply is the amount of wheat he has farmed that are available for purchase, because he might just be eating some of his wheat, you know. One cause of an increase in supply. Oh, so these are the things on the graph which shift the supply curve right or left, which I think we had some stupid acronym for that I didn't learn. That's not great. I think it might have been pints WC. Well, the only one of that I can remember was weather, so. I mean, to be honest, increasing supply, there should be some obvious ones, really, for an increase in supply. For example, an increase in demand, but that doesn't really count, because I think it's asking for stuff outside of that. So, an increase in supply. Technology. And increase. Wait, no, actually, I've got an even better one. In labour may increase supply. This may. Do I need an example? The supply of a wheat farm. This is because there are more people working to produce the wheat, so more wheat will be supplied. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Stop being weird. Oh, we've got to use a diagram. Okay. I can do that. Market forces of demand and supply. Okay, so first of all, we've got to figure out what shift is happening here. So this is just North Lisle. This isn't Madeira. This is just the actual airport itself. Okay. So we only really need the first bit. 42% increase in. So the supply increased, and yeah, I think it was just basically the supply increased. So that's demand. D. That's not very clear. D. Wait, let me redo that. D. S. But this is S1 because we're shifting the supply right. Because this is the new supply curve when they are increasing the amount of flights that they supply. This happens. S2. Oh, I can't really do a dotted line, can I? You know what? I could do a blue line. That's easier. Red pen, blue pen. Maybe I should start a YouTube channel. Like, called that. Maybe that's what I should call my YouTube channel. Does sound like a good name. Reference. Q. Oh, it's kind of going into the box of it there. We don't want that. Yeah. That's pathetic Q, but it will do. P1. Then there's that. And then there's that at P2. I might actually call it PE because it's at the equilibrium. There's no strict naming system. I can call it basically anything I want. It will just make it clearer when we're doing Q. Because this is Q1. That looks a bit like a 9, but it doesn't matter. Wait, I could add a Q hook just to... Now it looks like a G. Q. Q. This one's Q2, and then this one is QE, which is the one that it settles on. Okay, so what do we have to do for this question again? Analyze how the market forces of demand and supply could affect the equilibrium prices, the price and quantity of airline flights for passengers at North Lisle Airport. Okay, that's all right. So first, I need to define something. Oh wait, no. I was about to define supply because we had to do that earlier, but because I'm not very confident on my definition for supply, I just kind of made it up. I do have a better definition for equilibrium, so we're going with that instead. Equilibrium is the point at which the market forces of demand and supply meet. Before increasing the amount of flights available and amount of airlines demand and supply were at an equilibrium as shown on the diagram at P1 and Q1. However, wait, it's not however. However doesn't go there. For a start, it's an analyze question, so we don't really do that. Increasing the amount of flights and airlines caused a shift right in supply. Maybe I should say in the supply curve, which increase, which caused quantity supplied to which caused a disequilibrium where, maybe I should say it caused a state of disequilibrium where quantity supplied is greater than quantity demanded. This meant that wait, hang on, this makes no fucking sorry, this makes no sense. I just noticed, because even though they increased the supply, what actually went up was the demand, because there was more passenger traffic. Oh wait, no, because when they actually had to control this surplus, they shifted it down here, and that meant the price is really low, so the demand was higher than normal. A surplus price was decreased to reach equilibrium, shown diagram as P and QE. However, this decrease in price caused higher demand for the service due to the law of demand by Adam Smith, who we have to learn about, I think. I'm shocked I remembered his name, because normally I don't know who that guy is. Due to the law of demand. The law of demand is the inverse supply demand thing. No, the inverse with price and quantity. So like when one goes up, the other goes down. Like, because when price decreases, more people want it, so quantity increases. and cause a 40% increase in passenger traffic. There we go, we're linking it back now. Yeah, that's pretty good, I think. Explain. Oh, we actually have to do the question. I already did in advance. But explain one way in which competition could affect Air Madeira. Okay, so we've got to remember about Air Madeira now. Competition. So are there other people taking to Madeira? Are there different planes going to Madeira then, or something? Oh, so he like recently entered the market or something. Increase competition results in companies competing for to provide a better service. This could cause to struggle entering the market due to higher costs being required to provide a better service and increase demand. Okay, now we can just copy paste the thing that we did before. Or we can't because PDF is weird. And instead look. There we go. Oh wait, no, we forgot the minus sign. Yeah, because they make the loss. How are we supposed to know this? How do we know the importance of Air Madeira making profit? Someone just said it's very important. We don't. Oh, we do have some data. I forgot about this. Yeah, we have all the costs. But we already know they're not making a profit, so we can link that. But this guy just said it was essential for them to make a profit. What are we meant to evaluate? Like, are we like checking if he's a reliable source? What are we doing? The struggle to make a profit was due to competition from other airlines and the costs involved in entering the market. Okay, so they had to get the whole airport and airline set up, so that's the main cost. But they're struggling to stay in the market because they need more people to use it. So basically we have this tiny sentence to evaluate. The struggle to make a profit was due to competition from other airlines and the costs involved in entering the market. Do we have to define profit at the start of this? I mean, I heard sometimes the definitions they let you have the formula. I know the formula for profit. Profit equals total revenue minus total costs. Yeah, I think I can just write that, to be honest, because that's a mark for a definition, because the definitions, although it's an equation, it's still valid, I think. Due to entering it Madeira has a large amount of total costs due to... Oh wait, no, I already said due to entering the market. Due to entering the market. Large amount of total costs. Building for Well, let's take another look at the table. The flights to Madeira incurred the following costs. Oh dear. Oh dear. Wait, this is not good. It says the flights to Madeira incurred the following total costs, right? So this is just the flights. These are variable costs. This means that this is the total revenue, because they can only get revenue from selling things, but the variable costs mean that the actual flights all cost this much. So there are going to be other costs that are fixed. Wait, no, I might be wrong. No, because wages are fixed, so it can't be that. No, it's not that. Okay. Well, I mean, I could just state the obvious. To survive in the market, they have to not make a loss. Right? So a profit is important, because they've already made a loss. So they need to make a profit. The biggest costs are the cost of flights. So because they've just entered the market, it might be a problem because of economies of scale. The amount of total costs, as they cannot yet make use of economies of scale to reduce average unit costs due to lack of growth. There we go. Why is it being weird? Just shorten the box. Yeah, I don't think it was that difficult. There we go. Oh wait, no, I'm evaluating. Why am I evaluating? Why is the box It doesn't matter. Okay. Order to offset this and survive in the market. Oh. And now I need to somehow however this and be like, oh, but they don't need profit, but they do need profit. Oh, I've just thought of quite a nice one. However, due to the competition in the area, the number of firms is increased. Is the number of firms an economy of scale? I know it's good for supply. I don't know exactly. Is number of firms an economy of scale? What is number of firms in economics? I'm sure we had to learn something about number of firms, but this could... I feel like this could be useful. Yeah. Increases apply. increasing its money too many consumers, increasing fare. As supply was already high. Additionally, it could instead focus on shifting demand. Right. Wait, hang on. Focus on decreasing PED. Oh yeah, to wait, no. Maybe I should just specify that they're decreasing the elasticity. Price elasticity of demand to which will allow the equilibrium price focus on seeing focus which will allow the equilibrium price to rise, allowing for a despite low could to break even and maintain their position the market. I just noticed because we're evaluating the importance of making a profit, we were probably meant to talk about breaking even and not making a profit earlier. Okay. Well, the last bit was very scuffed, and it was just me noticing, oh wait, the question wasn't asking about that, and trying to fix it. So I don't really know how that one's gonna go. Okay, so this is the next one. Back. Okay, there's one question left. There's one question. Come on. Annika and Ben are economists. They have been asked to advise OCR Economic Development Forum, OEDF, about production, productivity, and worker specialization. OEDF is an organization where businesses, trade unions, and politicians meet to try and improve the economy of the county of Oxbridge in the UK. The following is a summary of Annika and Ben's presentation to the OEDF. OEDF should aim to increase productivity and production. Okay, so quickly, there's a difference here. Productivity is the measurement of... No, I'm not going to do the proper definition. It's basically, productivity is how much you're working, right? How much an individual work... No, not how much how much it's producing, like, during a time frame. It's how efficiently it's producing it. But production is just how much it's producing it, right? So productivity is the amount that it makes. The efficiency of the amount that it makes. The measure of the efficiency of the amount that it makes. Or production is just the raw amount that it makes. Increased production could lead to a rise in demand for labour. Could it? Wait, what? How does that work? So if they're making more stuff, why would... Oh, wait, no. Oh, yeah, because they're the government. No, so this isn't like the demand for people to work and do labour. This is the rise in demand for labour of the actual businesses. So the businesses want more workers to increase the production, because they now need more production to compete. At present, labour mobility is very low in Oxbridge. Oxbridge would benefit from improving the opportunities for workers to change jobs. Unemployment levels are quite high in Oxbridge, and a recent survey about the level of job satisfaction showed workers to be generally unhappy in their jobs. Greater specialisation by workers would increase the attractiveness of the Oxbridge economy to businesses from other parts of the UK. They also showed a diagram showing the percentage growth in output per worker for UK and selected European countries for 2018. So I don't know why this is here. This has nothing to do with Oxbridge. This is just the UK. Explain what is meant by productivity. Oh, of course they'd ask me this. Of course they'll bully me. That's the one I had no idea what this is. But I think I know roughly the definition. No, I mean, I mean, I'm less sure on the definition to this than some of the others, but I think I know this one. The measure of efficiency of a worker, firm, or economy production in a given time I think there might be another thing that's set, but yeah, I think that's the rough definition. Okay. And then what else is there? Okay, I don't know. Normally we're meant to have another sentence for this. I don't know how to have another sentence in this. Oh, and they've also got a question based on things I explained just now. Oh, what is going on? What the shenanigans? One sec. Why am I copy pasting this anyway? I just wanted a text box. I can just make one. Okay, so explain one way in which an increase in production could lead to a rise in demand for labour. Okay, and other than an increase in demand for labour, analyse why an increase in production could be important for the economy of Oxbria. So, okay. I might just Google the definition of production because I've done that before. The total output of goods and services produced by a firm or industry in a time period. Okay, that's great. Just gonna borrow that. Oh, there's a full stop in the middle. The total output of goods and services produced by a firm or industry in a time period. Oh, okay, so I might actually just change this to a firm or industry. I feel like workers can have individual productivity though, so I'm going to leave that on there. Oh, I haven't even written. Production is the total output of goods and services produced by a firm or industry in a time period. An increase in production because an increase in production leads to... What does an increase in production lead to? What happens? Leads to more local goods and services being produced the market within Oxbria for demand for these. I think I can write egregious here. Demand for these goods and services within Oxbria will therefore increase. Yeah, I think that makes sense. If there's more stuff that you can get locally, then more people are gonna buy it, right? Do we need any more context here? Like, there are no numbers we can use because we can't really use this because it's completely irrelevant. Oh, this is a good point. Increase. So what are the problems that Oxbria is facing again? Oh yeah, there's lots of unemployment. But I can't do that because that's kind of demand for labour. Okay. Labour mobility is low in Oxbria. Important to boost production inside Oxbria because labour mobility is low. So does this really do anything for Oxbria? Because then the workers can't leave, I guess. It is also useful so therefore people will leave their jobs. Producing these for another because of the low labor. Yeah. Which will cause this increase in production to continue over the long term. Wow. It's quite difficult to judge how much I've written because I feel like I've written quite a lot, but I don't really know because it's not on the lines. I still think that the font size might be a little low. If you were actually writing the test instead of typing it, then yeah, because not all of them are actually on the lines, so it should be like here. But yeah, I still need to write more. So this increase in production to continue over the long term. So we've got lots of different points we could mention in relation to production. Ah, wait, I've just thought of something. Another benefit to raising production in industries in Oxbria is more specialization in producing those goods. And this could increase the tourism experienced by the county. I think it was a county. Are these different things meant to be like joined together? Because these are pretty disjointed. I'm not really sure if I meant to do it like this. I feel like I might be meant to build off the previous one. Because I know we're meant to have 3 links. Maybe they are meant to be just 3 irrelevant links, and then I build off this one. Okay, so specialization. How does specialization affect the economy of Oxbria? Why are we analysing an economy? Hang on. This is macroeconomics. This is microeconomics. Why are we... No, I don't know. It's a weird question. So I can't really just make another link. I need to do something else. I could evaluate. Am I meant to evaluate like a little bit in analysis? I think so. Wait. This not happen because the worker satisfaction in the the job satisfaction in the low, and so workers may not want to spend the amount of time doing their job as is required for worker specialization skills to develop. I think that's alright. I'm pretty happy with that. Alright. Explain how the UK's productivity compares with other European countries. I think we were kind of low. Growth in output per worker. What does that even mean? Oh yeah, the increase in the output per worker, obviously. And output here is like the stuff they're making, basically. Well, I should say output. The UK, I'd say the UK looks like pretty high. Yeah, it's above average. I forgot there was an average there, but we are above, in fact, above it. We're above the average. UK is above average. It's above average. However, I think that might have just said Western instead of European. Yeah. I don't know if we're meant to use our knowledge of the countries here, but I don't know what else we're meant to write if we can't. So I just wrote, the UK's productivity is about the average. It's above the Western Europe average, however, it is below Luxembourg, which is. So it's significantly high. However, it is below Luxembourg. Oh. That should say it is. How Uxbria would benefit from improving the opportunities for workers to change jobs. Well, there'd be more job satisfaction, I guess. Making it easier for There we go, that's that all typed up. That looks fine to me. Explain the extent to which specialisation would benefit workers in Oxbria. Okay. And your own knowledge. Are we meant to know about this place? I think it might be fictional. I'm not sure if Oxbria is a real place. Because sometimes they do just make up places. Sorry about the chair. I can't really do anything about that. Except find some oil. I could just pause and I'll try and find some oil. Not only have I fixed my squeaky chair, I also discovered there was a button on it. Well, not a button. There's like a crank that I didn't know was there. So, because it's really small for some reason. But now, my chair's really high up. I'm doing great now. I'm tall again. Right, what was the question again? Specialization. Whoa ho 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 ho. Whoa ho ho ho. Evaluate the extent to which specialization would benefit workers in Oxbria. Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. That's... Oh, workers. Benefit workers in Oxbria. I should really know the definition, but... I'm just typing now. I'm actually focused. Because before I've been explaining it, so this is the reason that these test paper videos take so long is because I explain every single question that I do. Normally, except this one I've just decided to just type out because I'm tired. But it takes a lot more effort to actually explain to someone why the answer is what it is than actually just straight up answering it. This is why it does not normally take me 3 or 4 hours to complete a test paper in a test. Even higher unemployment. I'm never really sure where to continue. Do I just keep coming up with evaluation points? I'm guessing I do. With greater specialization in certain histories, however, Oxbria what may they do? With the greatest specialization in certain industries, however, Oxbria's workforce may to have. This isn't really an economic term, but growing culture of and support industries states in which could quantly cause employment to rise and the workers to have an increased sense of, an increased sense of community. It's too dark in here. One sec. I'm back. I just don't know how to continue this evaluation question. Or what? Error. Why? Well, I guess I can't now. That was economics. We've done it. It's over. I'll be doing the second sections. I'll be marking the second section next. Bye. Alright, now we have to do the mark scheme, and the thing is that I downloaded the PDF with the writing on it, but apparently that doesn't download the writing. So we're gonna have to do what we did before and go over the CapCut footage, which is kind of annoying. But it's for economics, for revision. Alright, now I would absolutely just copy paste this into ChatGPT and ask it. Whoa, I type fast. I mean, it's probably because it's on 5 times speed. Hurry up. By the way, if anyone's wondering, I'm pressing the right, when that happens, I'm pressing the right arrow to like skip through, but it's actually going slower because this is on 5 times speed. Wait, is that just what I left out? Did I just leave it with that paragraph? Yeah, I did. Oh. Right, well, I've got an idea, actually. Wait, no, I need a bit more than that. So what I'm gonna do is, I bet there's a site that lets me do this. One sec. Oh wait, no. I just tried to open a new tab on CapCut. wait. Oh. I'll use that. I'll use that window anyway. It doesn't. Okay, it just won't load now. Probably because this is on full screen. Okay. So, let's just clean this up slightly. What was I the search again? Oh yeah. So text and paste. Convert. Not sponsored, by the way. I'm just using this site because it's here. Yay, thanks. Wait, why is there a dot? Wait, what? Hang on. I don't think the paragraph ended there. Oh no, that was the OBS tab. No, yeah, it did. It's just thought there was an extra dot there. No. Yep, this is somehow the full paragraph, which does not look like a paragraph anymore. What? How did I write so little? There was like nothing there. Okay. Oh, and I'm gonna need the source as well. Okay, so ChatGPT, paste, okay, so source in the test. Right, and I'm just gonna do the exact same thing, but I'm gonna do it from earlier in the video. It's a bit about CDS. Where is it? There it is. Oh wait, I could. No, I don't want to upload it as an image because I only get one image. So. Just use the same site again, I guess. And because I'm such a nice guy, I'll make the table too. just so ChatGPT has all the context it needs. Is and then I'm also going to add the mark scheme, okay? So to be honest, I don't think I'm going to get that many marks, because I just didn't write as much as I thought I'd written. It was difficult to tell, and to be honest, I probably just didn't want to write anything else as well. Because analyze questions are annoying. I know I have to if I want to get better, but you know. Okay, so I can just straight up copy the text from that. Wait, no, I'm going to include the answers may include bit first. I'm copy pasting this from the mark scheme side, by the way, and hopefully eventually we'll see how well we've done. So you guys, I guess, can either copy what I've done well or learn from my mistakes, like I probably will as well. That's the plan anyway. Oh, I should also probably add that I hope I didn't mention any of these things. I don't think I did. I know I did on an earlier question, but I don't think. In the end, I think I decided against it. Alright, let's see. We're gonna find out. Okay, alright, we've got ChatGPT on here, making a case. Okay, so I got a mark because I got the definition right, which is a good start, I think I googled the definition, but I got it right, so. And then application is out of 2 marks. I mentioned petrol being a scarce resource and linked this to CDS having petrol-powered vehicles, which will be worthless when petrol runs out. But I didn't mention that it's already transitioning to electric vehicles, which would have strengthened the context. And I didn't mention a reduction in production costs, competitive advantage, consumer price, or brand image. Okay, those are just random things, but brand image is an interesting one. I don't think we've ever mentioned that in economics, but yeah, that would have been really useful for something environment related. So I just didn't really know the term because we've never done that in economics. Yeah, I guess if brand image is on the mark scheme, even though I'm pretty sure it didn't mention that in the book, then yeah. So let's take a look. Reduction in production costs. Is there a reduction in production costs? What? How does the production costs reduced? What? Just because they're, if what? Ooh? So like if it's petrol, is it less expensive if it's petrol or electric? I just don't know. Um, Competitive advantage. How does? Wait, so let me check. They were switching to. Yeah, they were switching to petrol. But how is that a competitive advantage? Wait, I'm just going to quickly reread my answer. Yeah, because of many of CDS's delivery vehicles are now powered by petrol, which is a scarce resource. When the economy runs out of petrol, CDS will struggle in the market because it is not able to use vehicles to deliver parcels, which is not very good for a delivery company. When there is no petrol left, petrol-powered vehicles will become worthless, and CDS will make a huge loss as it is unable to sell these vehicles. On the factor market, being economically sustainable is very beneficial to CDS as they would be financially protected in the long term, which allow it to continue in the market for a long time. Yeah, no, that's not a great answer. I mean, in a real test, I think I'd probably only get 1 mark for the definition. I'm going to be real because they can be weird with the structure and all that. Maybe 2 marks. Probably not any more than that. Probably just 2 marks max. Might scrape 3, but nah, probably 2. Yeah, okay, so I didn't mention any of this stuff. Oh, consumer price. Oh, they could raise consumer price. To fund changing the electric cars, I guess. Or is it? Yeah, it would be cheaper if they're using petrol to sell, because they haven't had to buy a load of electric cars. Your analysis is mostly focused on long-term risks of relying on petrol, and you say economic sustainability will financially protect CDS and allow it to stay in the market longer. That's correct analysis, and you do build a chain of reasoning from petrol scarcity, vehicle obsolescence, financial loss, benefit of switching to sustainable alternatives, long-term survival. However, the reasoning could go deeper. I could expand on how electric vehicles reduce long-term operating costs. So electric is cheaper to like refill and stuff than petrol. I didn't know that. I just didn't know which was cheaper. I guess petrol's harder to get than electricity now, because electricity can just be made in a generator kind of. So yeah, I guess it would be cheaper. Improved brand image from being eco-conscious could attract more customers. Come on, the brand image again. Wait, so how is this different to this? What? Competitiveness. They literally said all of these points here. What's the difference between this and this? I guess I'll just get an extra mark for both of them if I did that. Right now your chain of reasoning is there, but it's not as developed or wide-reaching as a top level 3 answer. I'll give you 2 marks for A038. Final score: A018 1 mark, A02 1 mark, A038 2 marks. Total 4 out of 6. But no. When our teacher was marking my economics, when she marked this and then there wasn't enough application, it wasn't like I got the 2 marks for context. It just meant that I was capped on evaluation and I couldn't get AO3 marks because I hadn't got the AO2 marks. It's a really weird system. So I think I am right in saying I would realistically get 2 marks from the way that ChatGPT's marked it, rather than 4 marks. It's just that ChatGPT doesn't know how awful OCR GCSE is. So yeah, I would have what I would have wanted to do is to get better application. How do I improve at application marks? It's not a business exam. Wait, does ChatGPT know what it's marking? This is business exam. This is economics. Okay, I'm just gonna hope that that doesn't matter much. It's it's not business. I mean, it's kind of the same subject. Uh, let's just let's just clarify things a bit. Oh, it's still the same. You need to take economic theory and apply it directly to the context. So this is like the law of demand and all that. Apply knowledge, lots of knowledge, and understanding to economic contexts. This means use the information in the source of scenario, apply the relevant economic concept, make it clearly about the real business. Okay. So AO2 is context marks, right? Yeah, because normally it says capped on context, capped on AO2. So yeah, it's definitely that. So how we get better at that is we've always got to refer to the specific. I mean, I already did that. I called them Nathan and CDS. OCR wants to see that you're not just explaining theory, you're applying it. So don't say a firm switching to electric vehicles can lower its costs. Say CDS switching to electric vehicles can mean it can spend less on petrol, which helps reduce long-term costs and to maintain economic sustainability as petrol becomes scarcer. That little switch gives you the AO2 mark. That's quite well written, actually. That's pretty nice. Use clues from the context. Look at the scenario and extract what you can use. Petrol is a scarce resource. CDS wants long-term sustainability. Nathan is aware of the issue. Motivation? I don't think that the entrepreneur and enterprise actually gets talked about that much. So we don't normally get anything about motivation. What? That's strange. I mean, if it just means that Nathan knows about the issue and he wants to fix it, then yeah, no, I guess that's fine. Important to stay hydrated, kids. H2O, yeah. Random reference. Use clues from the context. Oh, did I just read this? Yeah, I just didn't finish. Plans to switch to electric vehicles. Competitors have different prices. Then ask, how does this affect their economics? I mean, you should always ask that in economics. Because petrol is a non-renewable resource, CDS may face rising costs if it continues using petrol-powered vehicles. By investing in electric alternatives now, the firm avoids future price shocks and can remain competitive in the long term. That's application. You've used data from the scenario, applied scarcity, cost, and competitiveness, connected it to CDS's specific actions. No. Okay, I forgot about the last line. There's a thing with ChatGPT at the moment where it's always the last sentence or the last paragraph. He tries to get you to stay just a little longer, and he says, "Oh, I'm gonna give you this, and you can do this," just to keep the conversation going and to tell you to do stuff. Normally, to be honest, I ignore this bit, so I'm gonna ignore that bit as well today. In the context of CDS, this means, given that petrol is scarce, this could affect CDS buying. Nathan's decision to switch to electric reflects an understanding of. Okay. Where did we get to? Okay, so I've marked. Wait, I'm gonna quickly keep track of my marks so far. So in section 1 I got 16. Then I don't remember what I got for each of the explains, but normally for an explain I get 1 mark each, so I'm just gonna assume I got 1 mark, so that's 18. And then plus the 2 from the 6 marker, that's 20 so far. Well, I'm kind of just assuming the 6 mark that this is a very rough way of marking, right? I'm only doing this because I'm kind of limited in what I can do, but I shouldn't be that far off my actual answer. Price elastic demand curve. Well, I mean, I'm guessing that's right, because that's a price elastic demand curve, but let me just see. Oh no, it's not that one. Here it is, here's the mark scheme. Yep, nope, the thing looks exactly the same, and it is 1,500, like I said, so, yep, that's good. All good there. And then there's going to be another. What am I even talking about? Like, there's nothing there to talk about. I've already done the questions. Is this just procrastination? Oh, okay. Hurry up. I'm just gonna skip forward a bit. No, I'm going back. Gotta go back in time. But if my voice gets so high pitched, what is this? Did I just like spend a paragraph explaining why I wrote the word witch? Okay, I think that's the whole thing. So I'm gonna just take a photo, just in case. Take a screenshot. Yeah, now I'm just gonna run away from my problems again, I guess. No, Oh yeah, I was gonna continue it, but I couldn't. Yeah, yeah, I believe me. Yeah, yeah, right. Here it is. Here it is. Wait, no, why am I finding it on here? Wait, to check. Oh yeah, I was gonna do it on that, and then I didn't do it on that one. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here we go. Um. Uh. Remember the essay. Oh wait, hang on. I could just edit this one a little bit. Okay, where's our site gone? Image to text. Convert. Ooh, I'm human. Yep, very human me. Copy. Pasta. And of course, we're going to need a bit from the actual mark scheme. What the frick does OFR mean? Oh, I didn't think of this one, but yeah, PED is like really hard to calculate, so I could have mentioned that. You could have mentioned PED. Oh wait, I think the question was PED, so I kind of had to mention that. Use or was it specialization? Yeah, no, it was PED. Different types of customers having different PEDs. Interesting. Oh. Oh wait, yeah, that would mean that you'd have to change the price for different different groups, which would might not work as well. Um, 1 sec, guys. Oh, I've managed to rotate some of the text on the mark scheme. Alright, let's see. Let's see. Ooh, so I get the... Wait, what? Why has he started with AO2? Wait, is it because it's an evaluate question? Yeah, it's because it's an evaluate question. So I don't know if I was meant to start with a definition still, but I started with a definition still. So, I mean, I guess I'll just blame Max if that's not right. But yep, CDS lowest bright. I wasn't. Yeah, it's data on the extract. So I do get the AO2 mark. Well, I couldn't be capped at 2 if I didn't get 1 mark. That doesn't make any sense. Although, to be fair, my explanation didn't make any sense either, because I didn't know it was evaluate. It was being weird on the mark scheme. I correctly explain how elastic demand leads to increased revenue with numeral backing. Price down 20%, quantity up 50%. I already said that. You already used that for the previous one. You also explained that reducing price may increase costs via menu costs, showing another layer of understanding. This is good analysis. No, it's not. It's evaluation. Even if not developed into a long chain of reasoning. I don't think they mark it for chains of reasoning, do they? Oh no, this one's evaluation. This one's chain of reasoning. So my buddy Chumpal has given it 2 out of 2 because he's such a nice guy. I show both sides. Positive, more revenue from increased demand. Negative, menu costs and potential price competition. Yeah, the price competition. Yeah, that was a good point actually, I think. But my judgment is a little implicit. Oh, did I not? I didn't write a conclusion, that is true. To be honest, I don't tend to often write the conclusions at the end, but maybe that's a good idea, to something to start doing. If you've added one more sentence like, therefore, while PED could increase revenue, CDS must consider whether long-term profitability is affected by increased competition. I could have hit the top of level 3. No! So I'd say your evaluation is reasonably developed, 2 cut sides considered, but not fully supported by a final judgment. Okay, so I wrote something genuinely good. 5 out of 6. Oh, Higer. Yeah, that's gonna be the image to text. That I don't think I wrote Ohiga. No, I would not. Let's see. Okay, so let's reread what I wrote. Which proportionately that should just be higher. Price elasticity in demand is the measurement of the responsiveness of demand proportionate to a change in price. Nice. If CDS decreases the price of next day delivery by 20% due to being price elastic in demand, the quantity of parcels per week will increase by 50%, which is proportionately higher and will cause an increase in revenue. However, changing prices causes menu costs, which may increase the total cost of CDS and make the change in profit less significant. Additionally, it might start price competition between CDS and its rivals, which would decrease the gained quantity of demand for CDS as the demand for its rivals also increases. And then I should write in the end, therefore, what did ChatGPT say? I already forgot. Therefore, while PED could increase revenue, CDS must consider whether long-term profitability is affected by increased competition. That's actually a nice way of rounding it off. I did that. Well done, ChatGPT. Nice. Okay, so I'm gonna count that as 5 marks. I think that ChatGPT has done a lovely, honest job here, to be honest. Um, so let's see. So that's 5 marks for this question, and then, well, what I answered, and I got 2 marks for the other 2 questions. So that's good. That takes us up to 4 plus 5, which is 9, plus the 20 we had before. We're at 29 so far, which I think is quite good going. I thought I already answered this. What am I doing? I'm just going up and down. Okay. It's gonna take me ages to read all this. Let's skip through. I'm never sure how to explain questions, but let's take a little look at the mark scheme here. I'm just gonna, because we're in full screen, it's not. Where is it? Yep, here's the mark scheme. Okay. Explain what is meant by supplies. Okay, so this is the real OCR definition that I just didn't know. And normally there's a keyword in there. So on this one it's at each price. Right? So the ability of and willingness. Oh wait, I think I just understood something. Right, so sometimes you get 1 mark state questions which ask you to just, state something, right? But I think for the explain ones, if an explain one asks you for a definition instead of a state one, then if you write down a perfect definition, you get 2 marks. So I didn't need the extra sentence with the wheat and the farmers or whatever I wrote. So the ability and willingness of firms to provide goods and services at each price in a given time period. At each price. Okay, so they're supplying it, but it's at a price. Let's see. Did I mention it costing anything? Where is my... Oh wait, no, it's CapCut, isn't it? It's CapCut. There it is. Yeah, okay. So right, so I would have got 1 mark for that because I didn't write that they're producing it to sell at a price. Okay. So that takes us to 30 marks total. Yippee. But that wasn't a great answer. So just learn from this awful explain questions. Hopefully you learn from my awful answering of these questions what not to do. An increase in labour may increase the supply of a wheat farm. This is because there are more people working to produce the wheat, so more wheat will be supplied. Okay, because explain questions, I'm never sure whether I'm meant to have an example or not, so I think I just went for an example on that one, because I was like, they might want an example. So I still don't... What is it? I'm literally staring at it and I didn't know where it was. Okay, no. Here it is. Explain 1 cause of an increase in supply. Answers may include... Yeah, so... And anyway, it's a cause, not like what is an increase in supply. So I think I got that wrong. Let's just double check what I wrote again. An increase in labour. An increase in labour. Okay. Does it mention an increase in labour? I mean, I think I can just ignore the fact that it's an example that I've used. But increase in the number of producers. Oh, no. I can't. I think these are all examples which are causing there to be increased labour, or causing there to be more capital, or causing there to be them to have more money for capital, rather than just labour full stop. Right, so I think it's 1 mark based on this. Yeah. Okay, so 1 mark for that brings us up to 31. Alright, and then the 6 marker. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Okay, so now I'm feeling pretty glad that I haven't used my image card yet on ChatGPT, because I actually need an image for this one. Yeah, so I think that's it. Okay, so I'm gonna need to image to text the extract. But I'm gonna take this, gonna paste that into ChatGPT. Where's ChatGPT gone? Why are all of these on separate tabs? Here we go. Then, where's North Isle Airport? Might be. It probably won't be written on the mark scheme. Do I have the paper written out anywhere else? Oh, I think that's it. Yeah, okay. Oh, we're going to use the semicolon for extra marks. Punctuation, very important. Oh, and then mark scheme. What's the mark scheming up? What is mark scheming? This is weird because I was pretty sure I heard that when people said where demand equals supply, they weren't given the mark, or there was something like that. But now I'm worried that I got it the wrong way round, and it was actually what I wrote, which was where demand meets supply. That that was like not counted. So I don't know. We can just hope not, I guess. Answers may include. Oh, if I just put the mark scheme off to one side, this will probably be easier. Why is, well, obviously it's got to include a diagram. The question literally asked for a diagram. Do I have to attach the image of the correct diagram as well? Because I've just noticed there's a correct diagram actually on the mark scheme. I mean, I can't really I don't think I can have two images. I don't think I'm allowed to do that. I think it's like a one image limit, so I'm just gonna be unable. Yay! Wait, what? Why is it being weird? Oh no! Wait, I'm just gonna try again it. I'm gonna regenerate it. Hopefully it'll still work. Full credit for the diagram, yay! He hasn't given that any marks. I mean, I think I'm meant to get marks for having a correct diagram, but I think you can get like 3 or even maybe 4 marks just off of raw diagram being right in the exam. So that's 1 mark because I got the definition. You apply your understanding directly to the North Lisle Airport context. Wait, I should probably read what I wrote first. I think that's probably quite an important thing that I'm just forgetting to do. Okay, let's reread this quickly. Equilibrium is the point at which the market forces of demand and supply meet. Before increasing the amount of flights available and the amount of airlines, demand and supply were at an equilibrium, as shown on the diagram at P1 and Q1, which I've just noticed are horrendously drawn and ChatGPT probably found quite hard to read. So my bad. Increasing the amount of flights and airlines caused a shift right in the supply curve, which caused a state of disequilibrium. No! Where quantity supplied is greater than quantity demanded. This meant there would be a surplus of supply, so price was decreased to reach equilibrium, shown on the diagram as PE and QE. This decrease in price caused a higher demand for the North Lisle's service due to the law of demand, and caused a 42% increase in passenger traffic. I linked it to the thing. Ooh, did I just see 6 marks? So yeah, normally you get a lot more marks when you do a diagram actually, so that's kind of believable. The diagram speaks for like half your paragraph for you. So economics terms, yes. Application 2 marks. You apply your understanding directly to the North Lisle Airport context. I mentioned increasing the amounts of flights at airlines, like it said, good link to increase in supply, nice. I brought in actual data of the 42% increase in passenger traffic from the extract, and I wrote, caused a higher demand for the North Lisle service, shows an awareness that lower prices increases quantity demanded. You adapt theories to the real world context with both qualitative and quantitative detail. I have no clue what that means. AO2 is 2 out of 2. Oh yeah. Analysis, 3 marks max. You correctly explain how a rightward supply shift causes a surplus, which lowers price. Link this fall in price to higher quantity demanded via the law of demand. Show a clear chain of reasoning from supply increase, surplus, price fall, demand increase, and new equilibrium. Finish by relating it to real world outcome, 42% increase in traffic. This is clear, logical, and developed analysis. Each stage follows smoothly from the last, supported by both the diagram and the context. A3A, 3 out of 3, nice. Normally I do well on the ones where you need a diagram, because the diagram is useful. Maybe I should use a diagram even when they don't ask for it on that analysis, because I think I'm allowed to do that. So 6 out of 6. Yeah. So that was an amazing paragraph, and I'll just put it back on screen if you wanted to bask in the glory a little bit more. I'm gonna adding 6 marks gets us to 37 marks so far, which I think is doing pretty good. Let's see. One way in which whoa, increased competition results in companies competing. No way. I just thought I should probably have the mark scheme open. Yep. There we go. Okay. Right, I don't think I answered this one very well. I think I mentioned entering the market because it said that in the extract. I don't know why it said about entering the market in the extract, but it said that it was... They said it was difficult for them to enter the market in the extract, so I don't really know. But oh, yep. Okay, so my first sentence was right, and then the way I should have continued that is, well, on the mark scheme it actually says one of the answers you could have is forces the airline to become more efficient with reference to the context such as the cost data. So I'd have to mention the data box with all the costs in it, and in my answer, and wait, no, what? And to mention that the airline has to become more efficient somehow. So like better transport links for each of the to each of the airlines, that would decrease traffic. Well, even just inside of the airport to the different airlines, you know. Yeah, I can just copy paste that. Yeah, I was right as well. So that's 1 mark for the explain and 2 marks for the calculate. So that is plus 30. We are at 40 marks. We're going strong. Hurry up. I'm not waiting. Oh no, I've gone too far. Okay, yeah, I was really confused on this one. I can remember, because I only noticed about they don't need to make a profit. Just means they might just want to do a service. Is what the question was asking. I only noticed that at the end, so I don't think I did as well on that one. I'm not gonna lie. If ChatGPT, I tried to use the Opera browser icon on the screen just now. If ChatGPT says I'm 6 marks, I might just have to say no, no, it's definitely not. Paste. Oh wait, no. Image to text. Image to text. Image to text. Thank you, image to text converter, by making this episode possible. That Well, first of all, that's not lifetime, and that's a lot of money. So I don't. I mean, unless you're a business, maybe this would make sense if you're a business, but for like everyone else, it makes no sense to get a lifetime thing for that, because there's normally one for free online. My answer. Yeah, this one isn't going to do well. And then I'm gonna do the mark scheme here. We'll be able to tell a bit of how well the question is going to do from the. Oh wait, no. Instead of answers may include, it actually says something different this time. It says importance of making a profit for some reason. Provides a source of internal finance. Well, obviously, provides a cheap source of finance. Is that not the same thing? I don't know. OCR works in mysterious ways. Acts as a signal for scarce resources. Allows the business to expand. Encourages resources to flow to the business. So basically, it just allows everything to be better. Easier to secure bank finance. Yeah, because then if you've got a constant income, then they're like, oh, this is safe. More likely to attract external investors. Well, yeah, because if you're not making a profit, then you can't, and they're not going to invest in it because they're not going to make any money. Without profit, the business will eventually fail. Well, that's kind of sad. I should probably actually read out my response as well, which I forgot to do again. Profit minus total. Profit equals total revenue, that should say. Not profit minus total revenue. That's horrendous. I'm just gonna stop this entire problem. No, sorry, stop this entire response just to change that, because that should not be like that. And that would get me like 0 marks because I'd get the definition at the start wrong. Profit equals total revenue minus total costs. Due to entering the market, Air Madeira has a large amount of total costs as they cannot yet make use of economies of scale to reduce average unit cost due to a lack of growth. Yeah, that makes sense, but it's an airport, it's got a lot of airlines, it's got a lot of demand, so I mean, it's already pretty big. Plus it's for like a whole city or town or wherever Madeira is. I think I've been to Madeira. I've definitely been to Spain. I don't know if I've been to Madeira, specifically in Spain. I'm pretty sure it's in Spain. I've probably been there, I'm not sure. I don't remember for anything in particular anyway. I might have used Air Madeira, which is interesting. Air Madeira has a large amount of total costs as they cannot yet make use of economies of scale to reduce average unit costs due to lack of growth. This has caused them to make a large loss of 76 £100,000. So a profit is required in order to offset this and survive in the market. However, due to competition in the area, the numbers of firms may cause an additional shift right in supply. Is there competition in the area? I'm just going to assume that there was competition in the area, because I don't remember from the extract if that was there. A number of firms may cause an additional shift right in supply, which means Madeira may be spending its money in the wrong areas as supply was already high. Additionally, it could focus on decreasing price elasticity of demand, which will allow the equilibrium price to rise, which could have allowed them to break even and maintain their position in the market, which allows them to continue providing a service to the community so a profit does not need to be made. That was just kind of sandwiched in the end, because they might just mean, oh, we don't need a profit, is what the profit things means. Okay, so my answer is, I mean, that was alright. I don't think that was 6 marks. That was definitely not 6 marks, but that was alright. Let's see, I've clearly linked my answer to Air Madeira, mentioning there's 76,000 loss, referring to their entry into the competitive market, pointing out how they're not yet benefiting from economies of scale. You analyse why they are currently making a loss, high total cost, small scale, why a profit is needed for survival, offsetting losses, long-term viability, the effect of competition on their strategy, alternative strategy, reducing PED to raise price without losing many consumers. Your points are explained reasonably clearly, and even though some chains of reasoning are short, they show clear cause and effect. 2 out of 2. Here's where you shine. You show balanced evaluation. Wait, what? How is it? Really? Eh? Eh? I mean, when I reread it, it was a lot better than I thought it was. But, I'm not really sure if it is 6 marks. Yeah, so definitely got the first mark for that. I did that, I guess. They're isolated, but they are relevant chains of logic. So, 2 marks. This is the trickiest bit to justify. Ooh. So I did actually get 3 marks confirmed, so that's nice. Hopefully ChatGPT is pretty good at marking. This is the trickiest bit to justify. You said profit is required in order to offset this and survive, and then you evaluated with, so a profit does not need to be made. Profit is required, so we don't need profit. That doesn't make any sense. They could instead focus on decreasing PED, which could have allowed them to break even and maintain their position. So a profit doesn't need to be made if they do this, was the kind of, because ChatGPT's jumbled it up a little bit. the weighing of the idea that profit may not be as essential right now, you introduce an alternative strategy, reduce PED to raise price without hitting demand match, and concluded they can still survive without making a profit if other conditions are managed. The market scheme says level 3 requires a fully supported judgment that is developed from weighing up arguments. That's what you did, not with fancy words, with economic logic. Yes, it could be clearer, more signposted, on the other hand, but it doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to show reasoned judgment. Yours does. So yes, 3 out of 3. Whoa, yay, I actually got 6 marks. It wasn't written as a Peel paragraph. We don't learn Peel paragraphs for economics. Although we do have a lot of weird acronyms for economics, though. Like, I don't know how we're supposed to remember. Like, to be honest, there's only one acronym that we learned that I remember often, which is SPICED, which stands for Strong Pound, Imports cheap, exports dear. There we go. Strong pound, imports cheap, exports dear. Right? Then Miss went, oh wait, so spiced is strong pound, imports cheap, exports dear. Well, now learn Wupidek or Wupekid. Because if you switch it round, you get weak pound, exports cheap, imports dear. We could do it the other way around and go imports dear, exports cheap. But yeah, no, I'm not learning that one off by heart. You only need spiced. You can just figure it out from that. And the other weird one is pints WC. I don't even know what this is for. I think it's for PES. And I mean, I can figure out a couple of these. Like, this T is probably time, W is weather, I think P was population, but that could be wrong. But yeah, I just didn't learn this, to be honest. I mean, I think a lot of them were quite obvious points anyway. Okay, not all of them on the acronym. Like, the acronyms are still useful, but nah, it's not the way I roll, you know. So, I mean, I get that it helps some people, but it just doesn't help me that much. So, 6 marks. That's pretty good. That puts us up to 46 marks. We're doing actually really well at this. I might get my highest economics grade yet on this test. That would be a bit of an outlier, though. I mean, ChatGPT might have some dodgy things going on, you know. Alright, I'm back. I've just had breakfast. Just trying to remember what should happen. Oh, yeah, so thingy went up to 46. Just getting my phone to have that open. Yep, very good, very nice. Let's just continue on from that. Somehow getting 6 marks. Oh, I forgot I can't really skip through it. I just have to... So... I guess I better check the mark scheme on these. Where's the mark scheme? Here it is. Okay. So, explain what is meant by oh wait, no, this is the analyze question. No, we want to go a bit up from that. There we go. Oh, they've done the answers slightly different. It says the measure of the degree of efficiency in the use of factors of production in the production process. We don't have the factors of production. We didn't write that. So I only get 1 mark on the explain question, which pops up to 47. Whoa, I'm typing fast. It's always fun to see really fast typing. It's just a cool thing to see. I don't know why. Maybe I should try and type as fast as that. It's just normally. Let's see. Explain one way an increase in production could lead to a rise in demand for labour. I don't know why I read that so dramatically. Okay, so answers may include more output requires more resources, including labour, to produce it. So, yeah, that's literally what I said, and it says answers may include that. So, yeah, that's 2 marks. We're at 49 now, and then, well, the last analyze question here. Nick, if I do this another time, or something similar another time, where I'm answering the 6 markers, I'm going to see how many I can answer with a graph, because I think that's really useful. Yeah, am I going to write anything else, or is that good? I'm pretty sure that was my final answer then. Yeah, because I moved on to DI now, so yeah. I moved it a bit too far. I think I added 1 more sentence at this part, right? Yeah, this is... Here we go. So, we're going to want this as text. Convert to text. Yeah, the amount of dots behind it, the dotted lines, do confuse it a little bit, but it should be alright. So that should definitely. I'm just gonna quickly fix that one. Just so he doesn't get too confused. All right. So. So I'm going to do it in a slightly different order, because I just thought it doesn't really matter what order it's in, So it doesn't really matter whether it's at the front. I put this bit at the front or the back. I think this is the last thing I'm gonna need from this page. I guess we'll have to see if it lets us have another image, because there is a graph here that I don't really know how I would be able to show. No. Okay, we actually can't get that. We can't get the graph. Can I just... Is there a way I could talk about the graph? Okay, I don't know. Wait, I've got an idea. Okay, and then mark scheme. What is the multiplier effect? I'll have to Google that. I might just Google it now. So basically a tiny amount of investment can result in something significant, I think is what it means. The only reason I went back on Discord was because I noticed I flashed it on the screen. But nah, there's nothing bad here, is there? Nah. I mean, I guess it does say, it said a while ago that I've been playing Red Alert for 63 hours. Um, um, but I think I've just left it on another device by accident. Ooh, it's searching the web. It's doing the maths. Alright, so I correctly defined production. Nice. Oh wait, I should probably read it first. I keep forgetting to do that. Production is the total output of goods and services produced by a firm or industry in a time period. Oh, nice. I don't think I knew that one at the time, but it worked. Because an increase in production leads to more goods and services being produced within the economy, aggregate demand for these goods and services in Oxbria will therefore increase. It's also useful to boost production inside Oxbria because labour mobility is low, so therefore less people will leave their jobs producing these services for another, which will cause this. For another, that should probably say like another county, which will cause this increase in production to continue over long term. Another benefit to raising production in certain industries in Oxbria is more specialisation in producing those goods, and this could increase the tourism experienced by the county. However, this may not happen because the job satisfaction in the economy is low, and so workers may not want to spend the amount of time doing their job as is required for worker specialisation skills to develop. So, EP, I got a mark for that. AO2, you apply your knowledge to the context of Oxbria by explaining how an increase in production could lead to a higher aggregate demand and how low labour mobility might sustain production increases. However, the link between production and aggregate demand could be more clearly articulated, as the production is typically associated with aggregate supply. Right, I haven't. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. So only one mark for that. So, so that would mean that I would be capped on context. So this would be 2 marks, not 4. So ChatGPT didn't quite mark it right. I was hoping it was going to be 4, to be honest, because that would have been great. But if it's capped on context, it's going to be capped on context. So that puts us up to 51. I feel like I'm being too harsh with the mark scheme. I don't wanna. But I think, as far as I know, I'm doing it right. So that's probably what I should do. Okay, so on the mark scheme it says greater than the Western Europe average, higher than France or Germany, but the countries above the UK have smaller economies. So, yeah, I'd say that's 2 marks. Yeah, that's definitely 2 marks. Okay, so I'm gonna write that down. 53. I don't know what this test is out of yet, by the way. I just thought of something. For some reason, instead of reading this, I just randomly thought of a good idea for the video actually. If we're counting out the score this time and we're gonna like mark it, then that means I can actually put, if I get a good grade, I can put the grade on the front, and it'll be like, oh, this is amazing, and it'll encourage people to view it because I got a good score. So it's a good video, therefore. Oh, I should probably read this. Making it easier for Oxbridge workers to change jobs will increase employment in Oxbridge as jobs will be more freely distributed to those who want them. Additionally, job satisfaction is likely to rise for Oxbridge as workers can change from the jobs they dislike. Okay, so want isn't really an economic term. We should, I mean it is, but we should really be looking for people with demand for the jobs or something along those lines, I think. So answers may include reduce worker unhappiness. We got that. Reduce labour shortage. No, I'm just going to look through. So the other one we got is that it will I think this is 2 marks. It's kind of slightly difficult to tell, but I think that we got reduce worker unhappiness and so increase productivity on the second point. And I think for the first point, I can give myself a mark because it says if employees wish to retain workers, then they have to increase wages or working conditions. And it's kind of similar, if you can see what I mean, because if they're changing jobs to the better jobs, which will, because if they can move more freely in the market, then they can pick better jobs, so that would automatically also be selecting the jobs with higher working conditions. So both of them are saying that workers get better working conditions. But then again, I didn't write anything about working conditions, so I'm not sure. But it does say give 2 marks for a clear explanation of how labour mobility might benefit Oxbridge. I mean, the thing is, they're kind of both job satisfaction because they're both for people looking for the jobs they want. So I'm going to be really mean and only give that 1 mark because the 2 points are the same. And now the final question. We've made it. The last question is about to be marked. Hurry up. The panic noises are kind of funny, actually. Okay, so I did cheat slightly on the definition, but I'd say that's kind of reasonable. I should really know the specialization definition. I'll have to write that down at some point. Hurry up. Yeah, I think that was the last thing that I wrote. Okay. Yippee. Okay, so that means we should have done that. How long is this video going to be? I've just thought. Whoa, apparently I've been recording for 1 minute 30, and the existing footage, if I set this to normal speed. Okay, 5 hour video. Okay, I don't think I'd been doing economics for that long, but maybe I have. Oh, yeah, I forgot to image to text it. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. It's 5 hours of good revision, you know? It's worth it in the end. Maybe I should start streaming these because they're so long. Oh no, but then I'd get distracted. I mean, I might change up the format and do a stream at some point, maybe. But the thing is, there wouldn't be any chat there. That's the problem, because I've got like 40 subscribers, so no, that wouldn't be a good idea. Alright, so we're going to be getting the final scores in soon. Get out. Oh, no, this was the last question. Okay. I'm still not entirely sure if Oxford is a real place, but if it is, then it was probably not good for their people's job the job satisfaction. No, not job satisfaction. What am I trying to say? Maybe I could have analysed about how appearing in an OCR Economics paper as a depressed county might be bad for the economy of Oxbria, because the people will be like, oh no, we're being shown as a bad example. But however, this may encourage them to do better, because they realise that they're being shown as not doing enough work, and that might motivate them to do more work. No, sorry, not enough work, but that not not happy enough. No, that's stupid. What am I talking about? I don't know what I mean. Anyway, let's just get all this copy pasted in. And we'll see how many marks we get. Bosh. Okay, AO2, I got 1 mark. Very nice. Did I read this? think I might have read this already. I'm going to read it again. Specialization is where individuals, firms, or regions or countries concentrate on producing what they are best at. If workers in Oxford are specialised, they will become skilled workers and they will be valuable to other companies, which will allow their low labour mobility to increase. By the way, by that I mean not like increasing in lowness, it's just more mobile. Additionally, their productivity would increase, which may lead them to getting an increase in pay, and therefore a greater job satisfaction. However, specialisation is a long process, and workers may get tired of repeatedly doing the same process, which may cause job satisfaction across the board to decrease, which could cause Oxford even higher unemployment. With greater specialisation in certain industries, however, Oxford's workforce may begin to feel pride for the growing culture of Oxford and wish to support the industries that they specialise in, which could consequently cause unemployment to rise and the workers to have an increased sense of community. Let's see what ChatGPT thinks of that. Yeah, he's happy with that one. Yep, so I got the context, I applied the context, I got both marks for the analysis too, which is very nice, and I got 2 marks for the evaluation, but I didn't come to a conclusion, so I got 5 out of 6. Very nice. So that puts us at 59. Let's find out how we did. Okay, so whoa, stop being weird. So first we need to find out how many total marks there were available. I think we've got a higher chance of seeing that on the actual question paper. Okay, is this the right? Yeah, I think this is the right paper. Okay, it's out of 80, so 59 out of 80. 59 out of 80. 74%. Rounding up. 74%. Very nice. That's a pretty good score. So if I just check. Jeez. And I know that was 2021, but we're going to use the most recent ones because I've heard they've been dropping anyway. So we want to be more realistic to the exam that I'm going to have to sit and you're going to have to sit if you took economics, that is. Did it say the results would be grave? Oh no, I think it was grade. Oh yeah, I think I've been on this as well. I remember going on this a while ago. I think it might have not been the OCR one though. I think it might have been a different one. Like it might have been the AQA version of this. And it might have been OCR. I'm not sure. But I think I just remember getting depressed because I saw Japanese was on there and I was like, I could have done that instead of Latin. I've spent all this time learning it on my own and I could have had it GCSE if only they did it at school. I would have had such a head start. That would have been such a good use of time. But no, I've been cruelly robbed. But I guess I have had to show resilience for learning it on my own instead, so you know. Okay, so yeah, so out of the first one, oh, for a second I thought I had 10 more marks than I had, but no. We have an 8, which is very nice. With 4 marks above an 8. So that, I guess that would be 8+, but nah, not really. So 8, very nice, beautiful. And if that was the second paper, we would have gotten a 9. But the second paper, I think, is a bit harder. So, so that's cool. That's good. We got a 9. Why are there so many history options? I'm just curious to see what else is on here now. I should probably stop. Yeah, no, it can't have been the OCR one where I saw Japanese. I think it must have been like AQA or EdXL or something. But yeah, okay, we got a grade 8. Very nice, very nice. So I think that's everything for this video. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.